Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us again. We are back live at the seafloor in the eastern Pacific, near the equator, in the Costa Rican Pacific. My name is Gustavo Ramirez. I'm a microbiologist that's on board an expedition called the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. Um, and this expedition is again out in the Costa Rican Pacific, studying weird behaviors of octopuses, first reported in this vicinity close to 10 years ago. This area has a number of seafloor features where the crust comes up above the sediment layer, and tiny differences in the crust, sometimes a few degrees, can power something called hydrothermal siphoning of large water masses that enter, basically deep sea water that enters seamounts and or outcrops of certain areas in this vicinity and cycles itself for different periods of time through different flow paths under the sediment or within the sediment buried crust to exit at places as hydrothermal discharge fluids. So one of these sites was studied 10 years ago by another group of researchers, a lot of which are joining us on this expedition too also. And what was discovered there, to everyone's surprise, was that the sites where the warm fluids that enter this sediment-buried aquifers, sites where these warm fluids emerge, were covered with brooding octopus females. So we call those octopus gardens. There was hundreds of females with perhaps thousands of eggs brooding at precisely the flow path on barren rock where hydrothermal fluids are continuously being discharged. This place is called El Dorado Seamount, not too far away from where we're at now. That observation led to a couple of publications. So this is that observation again made 10 years ago. It's now part of the scientific literature, and there's been a couple of hypotheses proposed to explain the brooding behavior of these octopuses, the deep sea octopuses. Perhaps the predominant hypothesis now is that the octopus females are attracted to barren rock that's continuously cleaned by the fluid exiting from the crust. And that is the primary hypothesis of why the females tend to aggregate right around the hydrothermal venting sites to lay their egg clutches and then incubate them. A second hypothesis is that perhaps the warm fluids are preferred. So not just the clearing of the rock by the continuously outflowing fluids, but that the fluids themselves may provide something to either the incubating females or the developing embryos. A third hypothesis would be that the fluids' unique microbiology may play a role in the egg brooding site preferences of these species of deep sea octopus. So the fluids that come out of the ocean, warm fluids, carry with them a unique microbial signature that perhaps plays a role in modulating the microbiome of either brooding mothers or developing embryos in a positive way, or giving them some sort of selective advantage that may also be a reason for the females to preferentially brood their eggs at the exact sites of hydrothermal discharge. Again, these hypotheses are not mutually incompatible. Who knows what we'll find based on our data? Perhaps all three things are happening at the same time. Today we find ourselves at a previously unexplored seafloor feature called Caballito. This name is, of course, putative. There is not an official name, but this is basically a large seafloor feature where, again, there's parts of the top layer of the lithosphere or the crust that rise above the surrounding layer of sediments. sediments in this area can be hundreds of meter thick. But again, these seamounts or outcrops are extrusions of the crust into the seafloor, and I mean some of these features can be rise about 1,000 meters tall relative to the background sediment. We've had a few observation of octopus at this seamount where we have not seen venting fluids, venting warm fluids. So there, there is at least some indication. There's some indication that octopus females, at least on this seamount, Caballito, are able to lay an egg clutch and commit to incubating them in the what's apparently the complete absence of hydrothermal venting. So again, the goal of this expedition is to gather as much data as possible that would let us these hypotheses be tested, and we're all curious to see what we find. Half of the scientists joining me in this expedition are scientists from Costa Rica. So we are in Costa Rican territorial waters. It's important to mention that, and it's also very important to mention that about 90% of Costa Rica's territory is.
Sneak in here?
Yeah.
No, you can sit. Just move your chair over.
Got it.
Thanks.
There.
It can go in 3 or 2. And 3's got 2 compartments. They usually fit.
Are you just zooming in, Beth, or are you getting a different angle of attack?
Just in case they need to fly
Got it,
and
yeah.
grab at the same time,
Got
it's
it.
helpful to have someone else
Good.
with the camera.
Yeah.
Although Tyler's such an expert at his job now, he can probably do 2 things at once.
So again, what we're seeing here is an attempt at a specimen collection from the Caballito Seamount.
It does get
After strict
quiet in
permitting
here.
procedures with the Costa Rican authorities, we were granted permits to collect a predetermined number of these magnificent deep sea octopus. This is a collection attempt of one of these specimens at Caballito Seamount. So it was mentioned just a few minutes ago, at least half of the scientists that are participating in this Octopus Odyssey Expedition are from Costa Rica. And as I mentioned, 90%, about 90% of the territory of Costa Rica is the deep sea. So it's incredibly important for us to catalog and the biology and contextualize the ecological context and where these beautiful octopuses live, in order to tell the full environmental story and of the deep sea, what is basically a 90% of the territory of Costa Rica. We have a team of extremely skilled pilots that attempt to do these collections in the least invasive way possible. They don't want to stress the animal, but it is a difficult task.
Yeah, it does get pretty quiet in here during these moments. The pilots are very focused on it, so.
This inside out folded position is the same position that females at Dorado outcrop, same position that they usually find themselves in when brooding their eggs. I don't think there's an egg clutch underneath this specimen, but that was our initial suspicion when just.
Yeah.
Now that we've got the specimen in the net here, we're going to proceed to attempt a transfer from the net to something called the bio box.
No, we're gonna put the whole net in.
Oh, the whole net in. Yeah. Okay. Case.
Yeah, we understand that it can be challenging to watch a collection like this, but again, we are being pretty selective in the sampling, and there is a predetermined permitted number of specimens to be taken, but the scientists are taking care to select their specimens well. And as you saw, the pilots are being quite skillful in gently getting these animals into nets and then into the bio boxes.
I think that's the second species, so you might annotate that. Moose octopus, but two.
Moose octopus too.
But two.
Okay.
Like indicates maybe a different species.
What?
Do you see that indicates it might be a different species?
If they only count the salads,
Just
Yeah.
several something. No arrangement, the density.
that comes with my life.
Person, okay. It's just that, you know how the Latin name is like a genus and then species or something like that.
And then can we look back at the clip to see if there's any heads? I don't see any, but it'd be good to know.
So another job well done by our pilots here, wrangling what is a tough specimen to get and doing it as nicely as possible. I would think that was a good one.
I suppose it's possible to peek under the ledge and see it.
He's going to see what kind of angle he can get like this position, but it's not going to
haven't seen any scavengers show up yet.
No, that's actually a good point, yeah.
Give it a good thrust down. Sometimes through there. Thrust down and
It's gonna be hard to see the cement spots too. It blend right in, right, with the green.
Not if there are any.
Yeah. Nice.
lose one free fly memorandum. Now you will bring it.
Was that actually less light at the seafloor or a change of contrast?
I turned the light off.
Yeah.
When there's that much sediment,
Yeah.
there's a lot of
It's
glare.
just bouncing all right back to you.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
better to turn it off momentarily. Once this clears out, I'll turn it back on.
Good. Yeah.
Same thing when you come around. I'll pan up for you while you're coming down.
So that was mentioned that Octopus was in a position or a stance that we've seen with the brooding females. So the team was kind of curious if there's any eggs back behind on the rock or evidence of egg glue.
Some of the rocks that we looked at earlier in El Dorado Seamount appeared to have been used many, many times, the same exact sites of a hydrothermal venting by different octopus females. And each one of these clutches, again, they may have what looks like to me between 6 and 12 eggs at a time. Each one of those clutches is got a stalk that's cemented very firmly to barren rock, and the stalk apparently has this green-looking adhesive substance at the bottom that stays there even after the clutch hatches and the other females come in to then reuse that rock. So again, we saw the Dorado
There is
before, and
some
that's what we're
green there.
looking for here. Okay.
Yep. Take
Yeah,
some
yeah.
highlights, Rob. Well, what I took this. Yeah, it looked like there was a little green there,
Okay.
but nothing fresh. There weren't any like little white bits.
So in the room, we have Dr. Beth Orcutt, our co-chief scientist for this expedition, and we also have Dr. Janet Voigt, who is an octopus expert. And it looks like we are confirming that this particular cliff top here, on the edge of this rock, may have these cement remnants of previous clutches. So this might be a spot that's frequently used by females, at least in this area. All of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has been a spot, but it doesn't look like there's any fresh evidence.
Right. Wow. Super cool. Not seeing predators, a pretty good observation, though.
Yeah.
That might be the trade-off. That is pretty of a neighborhood, but more safe for the eggs. Yep.
Yeah, no, it's for sure cement, it's just not fresh. There's no evidence of like egg debris.
Ollie, when this female picks up, is there a way to tell if she was ready to lay a clutch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we'll be able to
So
get
there's
her
some
over that.
development that happens.
Yeah, I think we can look.
Oh, that's even better. Right.
So again, in an analogous observation to what we've seen at a gigantic garden of brooding octopuses called Dorado, or discovered at a place called El Dorado Outcrop, close to here. where females appear to reuse the same spots of hydrothermal vent outflow. Um, we that has been used many times by females here to like their egg clutches.
There's other
Of the hill here along this cliff face, and you can see that the ROV never made it to waypoint 8 really. It's just too much sediment at the top. So if you look at the forest green part, like in between all the blue and yellow, that's where we've been just moving around it, that contour line, because that's like very jagged, and I guess the highlight just happened right now. I don't know if you were watching.
Just want to thank everyone for being patient with our internet today. We had a real nice storm come through. Very close lightning to the ship, a lot of loud thunder, and our satellite internet connections did not appreciate it. But I can show you now, it's getting a little clearer out there. The weather's mostly coming from off on our forward starboard there, so we're hoping it's looking pretty clear. And hopefully our internet will hold together a bit. We dropped the quality down just a smidge, so we're fighting with it a bit less. But thank you all for coming along with us and exploring the deep ocean.
Yeah, I remember this. Okay, to everyone tuning in at home, I have wrapped up my hour of narration here, and I will pass on the baton to Professor Maria Sandoval, a paleo-oceanographer from the University of Costa Rica. Maria, take it away. And this is for you. I'll put it here. Que obviamente no me la he tomado, ¿eh?
Sorry?
Si lo tomaron,
So I think we're trying to stay in this kind of rocky area, so you'll have to adjust up and down, but it basically, see where it turns green? That's kind of where we've been having it, and we're just continuing on this ridge, trying to stay on rocks.
Hello everyone, this is Maria Sandoval from University of Costa Rica. Hola a todos y a todas, esta es María Sandoval de la Universidad de Costa Rica, de la Escuela Centroamericana de Geología. Les cuento que estamos nuevamente visitando el sitio de Caballito. Este es nuestro 12º buceo el día de hoy en este lugar. Ya estamos visitando otro flanco de Caballito, de este pequeño monte submarino, y observando acá este sector más rocoso, y nos mantendremos pues visitando este flanco para observar. Ya hemos visto varios pulpos el día de hoy, y seguiremos tratando de analizar este sitio y continuar navegando por acá, viendo los organismos, las formaciones rocosas que vayamos viendo y las características en general del sitio. Y también lo mismo, buscando si se pueden hacer algunas medidas de calor. Bueno, por acá lo que estamos viendo es una esponja con algunos ofiuroideos y detrás las rocas principalmente son pillow lavas, y algunas, este sector se ve que hay bastante caída de bloques desde la parte de arriba. Wow. So we are in the northeastern part of the Caballito Seamount.
Are we trying to look at this for some reason?
Okay. Wow.
So we want to like be looking in a wide shot, kind of far away from this. 'Cause
Okay.
We're just exploring for venting, octopus.
Okay, cool.
So we don't want to stop a lot unless we see those things.
Yeah.
And if it looks flatter, sedimented,
We
down.
keep coming down. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Although these are beautiful pillows.
Yes. Yeah, for we have very nice pillow lavas.
This camera is showing you what's above us as well,
Yeah.
so these
Yeah, so you can use this
Okay.
to kind of just look around, you know, see what's coming, give Mike and Chilla directions on like, let's try
Yeah.
over there. Or let's,
Okay.
that looks steep up ahead, you know, so like, yeah, this looks like a transition right here,
Yeah.
somehow,
Mm-hmm.
between pillows and something.
And then it's like
different.
yeah, like an escarpment, like
Yeah.
abrupt escarpment. Yeah. So we can go in the upper part and then continue. Or...
Yeah, I mean, you can come up, but if it gets flat and sedimented, then you won't.
Okay,
come
you
back
will have
down.
to come back down.
Right.
Okay.
But it's really just looking around. Any evidence of octopus or
Okay.
venting.
Okay. Maybe there are some holes there, right?
Yeah, there are some.
Yeah,
holes. Yeah.
we
Can
would
we go
try to-
underneath those stolen
yeah.
influence? I don't know if you know what that means. So
Yeah.
this, it looks like a hole, but it's probably just a little ledge. But those are definitely
Mm-hmm.
holes.
Yeah.
you want park up there and have a closer look.
And to do a zoom out and zoom in, it's
Yeah.
like
So zoom in is this way,
okay,
and zoom out is the other way.
okay.
Yeah. Do we want to park? That's a good question.
Ah, yeah.
Way up. Yeah. It's not hard. Like we can get rid of it.
If the camera
Yeah, Mike, if it's possible, I know I told you this one, but since I can clearly see it's a ledge, yeah, if you want to just kind of ram into the side there so we can have a look and see if there's any evidence of shimmer,
Shimmering.
maybe do a T-probe.
hold the camera back just a sec.
Yeah. Does that sound good, Marty?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's quite an overhang, so do you want me to park up on top or below it and look up? Because we're not going to be able to get like
Yeah.
level with it because the overhang is going to sort of
Maybe.
come at us a little bit.
Well, as you prefer, because I don't know if in the top, if it's possible to see in that part, if you put it in the top,
Um,
we can try. Bueno, acá estamos tratando de analizar bien lo que son estos tipos, estos sectores que son como tipo huecos y ver si estamos viendo o podemos captar algún tipo de salida de agua distorsionada, que es uno de los indicadores que se ha utilizado para ver la salida de agua más caliente.
we could probably write down as we thought. Very close to hitting the overhang to the top part, so that's the only thing.
Es que estamos, creo que no se puede porque estamos muy en un sector que es muy alto. Ajá.
Vean, estoy muy
Pero
interesada
le voy
en
a,
eso.
exacto, cualquier cosa, si no, entonces, si logramos verlo en otro lado, porque aquí no se puede parquear. Estamos viendo a ver dónde.
Ese es muy, estoy muy interesada en ese, porque eso es lo que recolectamos en otro lado, pero es importante.
Un experiencia, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo se llama?
Así es.
Tal vez en el grupo esteronífera, pero acordate que esto hay que
Sí.
estudiarlo de otra forma. Puede ser, pero sería bueno tener de las dos partes, de los dos sitios.
Ok.
Se lo vuelve a ver.
Sí, sí, nos va a ver juntos. Sí.
Unfortunately,
¿No?
the problem is we're looking up and our lights are not set up for that.
Okay. So we can continue to. Yes.
Yeah.
She has interest in to collect some of those, but maybe we can continue and we see some of these corals. After we can continue. And collect it.
It's just a little bit awkward because it's coming out at us, and to get a good angle for the manipulator, we'd have to sort of catch ourselves underneath that ridge and hold back down into the good light.
Yeah.
We'll keep a lookout for more. I mean, there's more there. I think it would be a bit more accessible down to the left. I don't know if that's the same. I think I'm actually, if we came at an angle to it, that's like the pokey outlet there is going to stop us even getting the lower one really. We could just push up against the side of here, but it's just going to be a little bit awkward for the net.
Do you see a sign of shimmering? No. No. Okay. That's also we can take a T-probe, but I don't think so, right?
We should probably get the T-probe underneath there and have a look. We've managed to do that. The temperature probe underneath this ridge, we managed that.
Acá tenemos un close-up, un acercamiento de un tipo de octocorales, pareciera de la familia de los estoloníferos. Aquí estaremos tratando de hacer una toma de temperatura. Les recuerdo que estamos a 2.931 metros de profundidad en el sector noreste del Seamount Caballito. 1.83. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm hanging on my thread here, so I'll just come off and then I'll working out.
Les recuerdo que este sector nunca se había visitado. Es la primera vez, ya desde ayer, que estamos visitando lo que es este montículo rocoso de Caballito. Ya hemos tenido varias observaciones de pulpos anidando sus huevos y por ahora seguimos en lo que es la observación del sector y unas observaciones generales de este sector. Ok, acá vemos algunos erizos, octocorales también. Principalmente vemos pilos lavas bastante grandes. Estas pilos lavas se forman en la salida de lo que es el magma en las dorsales oceánicas y ya en su salida entonces van formando, conforme va saliendo la lava, se va formando este tipo de lavas tipo globular, por decirlo así, en forma de almohadillas. Esos son lavas basálticas. Para este sector hoy tenemos 17 puntos de visita y estos nos hemos mantenido sobre el borde, ya que los puntos se veían, los puntos indicados exactamente, se veía mucho sedimento y nos interesa estar más sobre la parte rocosa, entonces lo dejamos un poquito más hacia el borde de lo que es este montículo. Generalmente cuando buscamos las salidas de flujo de color, uno de los indicativos que se tienen es que la roca esté bastante limpia. En ese sector vemos muchísimo sedimento sobre estas rocas, por lo tanto es muy probable que no haya un tipo de salidas de calor. Nice. Aquí vemos lo que es este otro grupo de estrellas de mar. No recuerdo el nombre exactamente, pero tienen más brazos que los ofiuroideos. Esto es un lindo spot de equinodermata. Vemos pepinos de mar, un erizo y este otro organismo que les quedo viendo el nombre porque no lo recuerdo. Otro pepino de mar de estos verdes que hemos podido apreciar en este sector. Algunos briozoarios podemos observar a veces en español le llamamos a estas estrellas con más brazos, ¿verdad? Se llaman brisíngidos y son familia parte de los asteroideos. Puede llegar a tener entre 3 hasta 20 brazos. Tipo tubos en este sector también. Y esponjas.
For anyone that might just be joining us, you are watching live footage from 2,926 meters below the surface of the ocean off Costa Rica. This footage is coming from the remotely operated vehicle, SuBastian, being piloted by the crew on board research vessel Falkor 2. This is another 16-hour dive, so we've got planned for maybe another 3 hours on this one. 3 hours or so. And we began this dive with some transects. Let me pull up the map here. So we started down on the plains below this seamount, Caballito. And you can see we had some waypoints out there. As we went along, we were doing transects, just cruising over the bottom, seeing what we would see. Also did heat flow measurements. We worked our way up the slope here, and now we're closer up to the top, just kind of making our way along. We have encountered a couple octopus up here, but we're still on the lookout for the venting, the shimmering water that we've seen at the so-called octopus gardens, the brooding grounds.
Aquí se observan también lo que son algunas esponjas pedunculadas. Aquí estamos viendo un poliplacóforo adherido a la roca, algunas esponjas. Pero les comento que estamos principalmente haciendo observaciones generales y buscando lo que son salidas de algún tipo de flujo de calor, si lo hubiese. Por el momento no hemos encontrado flujos de calor en este sector. La temperatura se ha mantenido bastante constante, de 1 a 1,5 a 1,9 grados por ahí. Por lo tanto, es un indicativo de que en este sector no tenemos o no hemos tenido lo que es aguas calientes o aguas más calientes que las circundantes. Recordemos que no son aguas que suben muchísimo la temperatura, pero lo suficiente para poder anidar y digamos tal vez ser un factor que ayuda a los pulpos a anidar en algunos sectores donde hay descarga de estas aguas más calientes, como en el sector del Dorado o en aquí a la par de este montículo del Caballito también tuvimos bastante avistamiento de pulpos anidando y con flujos de calor de hasta 10 grados. Y en este sector más bien sería el opuesto, sería el sitio que tenemos recarga. Algo que es muy interesante en estos sitios donde hay recarga de aguas frías, aguas más densas, es que tenemos muchísima población o más abundante cantidades de equinodermos, más sedimentos aquí asociados, ya que no hay esa limpieza. What is this?
Sea star.
Yeah.
Got a fun question on Facebook, particularly relevant today perhaps, of how does the video signal get to the ship? And then I'll extend that to how does it get to you, wherever you might be. Although ROV SuBastian is down about 3,000 meters, it is actually tethered to the ship. There is a physical umbilical tether connecting it back to the ship. And so that's how the video signal gets to us, and that's how the pilots are sending controls down. But once it's here on the ship, then we are sending it up to satellites, and the satellites get it to the mainland, onto the wired internet, and that's how it winds up wherever you are. So we have been fighting today a bit with the weather. Is what it is. It seems like our internet's a little more stable right now, but we do appreciate everyone being patient with us today. We went through a pretty nasty thunderstorm that took our internet down for a bit, but we're back, and like I said, we've still got a few hours left in this dive.
It's that is not that much of the that's why I didn't say it.
Aquí lo que tenemos, bueno, en esa aproximación que teníamos era un dentos, estos sinofóforos de tipo diente de león.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes. So we continue looking at these beautiful pillow lavas, basaltic lavas, that they are formed in the ridges, mid-ocean ridges. They have this particular shape when the lava is coming out. So it forms like it gets frozen, the crust of the lava, and it forms a particular shape called pillow lava. Aquí tenemos un hermoso octocoral y una jellyfish. Una pequeña medusa. It's an octocoral.
Okay. Yeah.
Where are you seeing that? You see that?
Nice.
Those dogs, that one, and then rock. Another one that's just full single with that. Here, down, I think.
It's an octopus there.
What's that?
It's an octopus.
Oh, yeah.
Want to get the temperature probe out and check?
Yes, ma'am.
Aquí tenemos la presencia de otro pulpo del género granolodina.
I'm betting this will be full. I think that's granite.
Aquí haremos una prueba también de temperatura para conocer si hay alguna variación o algún poquito de calor. Vean que generalmente estos pulpos al anidar, esto es una pulpa, al anidar se meten como debajo o se protegen debajo de las rocas.
Yeah, he's so far left, you can't reach him. You have to turn in and out, both are a little bit. Is there anything to the left of it? No? Yeah, just that. Yeah, so that is not.
Vean que este tipo de rocas se albergan diferentes grupos. En este caso tenemos esponjas, tenemos equinodermos, bueno, el pulpo. Vamos a tener también lo que son briozoarios. Se observan ahí esas manchitas un poco café, algunas pareciera ser estos como unas ramitas blancas que se ven ahí.
Happy with that? I think it's cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's cold.
What's the next porch opening more?
Maximum was 176. So these octopus are from the genus Granilodon. We have observed several specimens in the seamount. Okay, continue. Ahí veamos unas imágenes de un cangrejo. Bastante interesante, bonito. Do you think that the greenish color is due to the light, or is it for the sediment?
We could do another white balance. I've been wanting to do one actually, but we could do a white balance, see if that helps.
Okay.
Change views. Sunset. It's up to you.
We will do a white balance to see if this greenish color change or it is due to maybe the type of sediment. Estamos haciendo un balance de blancos para ver si este color que se ve bastante verdoso en el sedimento es debido a esto, simplemente debido a la composición del sedimento, que puede ser, a veces van variando. Cuando hemos hecho los análisis de testigos de sedimento, han variado. Hay sedimentos que los vemos bastante oscuros cuando hay muchísimo más materia orgánica, a veces cambia a más verdoso dependiendo la mineralogía que hay a través del tiempo. Algunos minerales que se pueden crear de manera autígena en el sedimento y esto hace también que varíe estos colores. Ahí teníamos una de estas estrellas de mar de 6 a 20 brazos. O los llamados brisíngidos. Aquí tenemos estos hermosos octocorales con un crinoideo. Estos octocorales los hemos visto varias veces ya. Este lo veo como un color más rosado. Nice. Este es un acercamiento a los crinoideos. Ah, nice. Pueden llegar a medir. Son bastante grandes, son métricas principalmente. Of this octocoral, a small piece of the octocoral, yeah, yeah, from the upper part. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Let's get a film ready.
We will try to collect one piece of this octocoral here.
3 is available, right?
And she said like around 20 to 30 centimeters. Can we put the lasers on, please?
Those centimeters wide. I don't know that you would get them both on there. Yeah, because and they're all just like this as well, so you wouldn't be able to measure it perfectly. I mean, we could estimate
Yeah.
quiver size.
Yeah. Like yeah, maybe.
So our lasers, we won't manage to shoot it.
Yeah. Okay.
Could we measure it with Excalibur again? Could, yeah. I think so. Then it's going to take us a good bit of time to do, to deploy Excalibur and all that. What do you guys feel about if we put the top of it at a point like on the porch, and the bottom of it at a point on the porch, and just did the measurement on our depth? Yeah, is that good enough for you guys? That sounds good. We can do that quite a bit quicker.
Okay.
You may want to do the bottom side first, that way you know you don't accidentally get to hit and then can't get low enough type of thing. Right? And then I'll do the math for you. What? Just estimate? Yeah, just get something set at the bottom of it. I rate. There. Okay, same view on the top of it. High now, right? Yeah, just this. Right there. It's 2.2 meters.
2.2 meters tall?
Yeah. Wow. Se mide 2.2 metros. 2.2 meters long. It's huge.
You ready for me to go? Yeah.
Nice.
Well done.
Wow. Thank you. Go up with a print. Yeah.
Aquí tomamos una muestra de este coral, de octocoral. Esos son unos tal vez 20 centímetros de muestra, el tope del coral. Este coral es un coral posiblemente bastante viejo y mide 2.20 metros de alto. Durante el recorrido que observamos acá o el plan que se tiene de observación es principalmente tomar las medidas de temperatura, observar el sitio, ver las características generales, la fauna asociada y posteriormente ya los últimos horas del buceo ya se realizan algunas colectas. Por este momento ya estamos yendo hacia los últimos puntos y en la mañana se tomaron también lo que son las muestras de testigos de sedimento y se realizaron bastantes pruebas de temperatura y pruebas de calor también en el sedimento.
What the size of the coral?
2.20 metros.
Wow.
Sí.
Oh, that is amazing. And this is on the southeast. It's very beautiful. Very interesting. Ese dato es muy importante porque con el pedazo que recolectamos se puede medir y tratar de ver si se puede adaptar para que estemos
Yes. guy who knows the answer, so I'm waiting to hear from him. Nice. Bueno, aquí vemos bastantes tipos de pepinos de mar, variados colores también, y también tienen unos tamaños, son bastante grandes algunos. Se han colectado acá para algunos estudios genéticos de dos investigadores que han estado interesados en este tema y bueno, han variado tamaños, a veces vienen súper pequeñitos, 10 centímetros, y hay otros especímenes que miden, no sé, 30 centímetros o más. Ha sido muy interesante este tema con estos pepinos de mar. Ay, aquí vemos otro nadando, de estos organismos tan impresionantes al nadar. Wow. They look so beautiful when they swim. Wow. So nice. This one. Yeah. So nice. It's different, huh?
Yeah, it's different. That's the Ampere one. Ampere one. Yeah, primero que está en esta lista. The other one that was the one from the bottom. They're very similar. They are except the tail has like more like articulation.
The other one just had it on there.
Ah,
And one.
so I'm telling you, we don't have Ampere now, then? No?
No, someone made a mistake last night.
So you want to correct it? Yeah? Dancing?
Oh, come on.
Oh, my God.
You should try that.
Yeah, really.
They're working on it.
So your timer.
Yeah.
Talk about it. Give it.
Así lo capturé usted, So I'm done today with you. So thank you so much, and I leave you with Sergio Cambronero from the Universidad Nacional. And adiós todo el mundo, los dejo por ahora y los dejo con el compañero Sergio Cambronero de la Universidad Nacional de acá de Costa Rica. Así, es para acercarlo más, moviendo.
Sí, ok.
Y la idea es como mantenerse alejado, viendo como un poco de todo.
Ok.
Y después que nos intentemos pues...
Y comenzamos con el tutorial. Yeah, it would be better.
Depends on its size, I think. Sí, lo venden, ¿no?
Thanks to my colleague Maria. My name is Sergio Cambronero, and I will be joining you for the next hour. Also with my colleague Holly Lutz from Script Research, who will be helping us with the annotation. We're gonna try and go ahead and see if we can take the sea cucumber as a sample, because we are trying to get the most diversity that we can, and this in particular we think is Amperima, which we have not collected before. We see some comments whether this is a sea pig, and yes, it is known. What you know, or what is commonly known as sea pigs, you might have like 3 different genres: Amperima, Scotoplanis, and Peniagoni. So we think this might be Amperima, but the 3 of them are known as sea pigs. So exactly, sea pigs are just a common name, another common name that some people give to sea cucumbers. So you might call it a sea pig, a cuke, a holothoroid. But yeah, probably this is an Amperima. And as I was telling you, we're gonna see if we can grab it and take a sample. Huh? You got it already?
Yeah, it's in jar 1.
Oh, really? With the slurp? Oh, okay, good. Oh, that was quick. All right, thanks. So here in the control room, I am also in the company of the ROV pilots, Mike and J-Rod, who are controlling the ROV SuBastian, and Josh behind the scenes, making this live stream possible for you to enjoy. So special thanks to them and all the Schmidt Ocean Institute team. This is our 12th dive of this Octopus Odyssey Expedition. Para los que nos escuchan en español, un placer. Mi nombre es Sergio Cambronero, soy funcionario de la Universidad Nacional del Departamento de Física y los voy a estar acompañando por la siguiente hora. Acabamos de tomar una muestra de un pepino de mar. Pensamos que es del género Amperima, que es uno de los que no hemos colectado, así que por eso pues procuramos tomar esa muestra. Y de nuevo pues recordarles que este es el 12º buceo que estamos haciendo como parte de esta expedición. Y si tienen alguna pregunta, algún comentario o simplemente nos quieren saludar por nuestro chat de Facebook o YouTube, pues con muchísimo gusto por acá les estaremos leyendo.
Take it away, boy. Thanks, Jason. There's another sea peg on the ground, maybe, or roundish. You see it?
Yeah, I see it. That one there?
Yeah, that's different than what I'm used to seeing. But kind of has that sea peg on the ground. That's way different from all aspects.
Hmm. That's no, I don't think it's a sea cube.
No, but then at first I thought it was just
Yeah.
everything spread out.
Really cool looking.
Is this something you want to investigate?
Maybe getting a close up of that. Can we put the lasers on? Just-
I'm going to start walking the finger.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like one of those benthic jellies. Around 10 centimeters.
You want us to sit down and get real stable for it?
No, that's okay. Thanks for that. Let's just keep going.
Do you catch on?
What's it?
Seems to be better.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, guys, can we? We just got a message from that if we can go and try to keep like more to the slope because apparently this area is too sedimented.
Okay.
Can we just try to go?
So are you wanting us to come, like, see my map over here?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because
So,
we stay pretty much in this thing.
yeah. So yeah, maybe try to go. Yeah, over that side.
Like you want to go deeper?
Yeah, exactly. A little bit deeper.
How do you go up and down, but you get that certain point below where it's just sediment, and you get up to the top and it's like, alright, sediment in the back.
It's a very cool looking rock. So we're gonna go ahead and see if we can find a less sedimented area. I just want to remind you that we are, as part of our main objective, is trying to find evidence for venting or shimmering water where we might see octopus brooding. So we are constantly looking for that, and we're gonna deviate a little bit from our track to see if we can get to an area with less sediment and more steep. So, although we see some rocks in here, we are trying to see if we can get evidence of bare rock that might be a product of venting out of the ocean crust. Two, currently diving at approximately 2,950 meters in a feature that's called Caballito, which is a seamount offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. While we see this very nice pillow structures, this rocky scenery, and let's keep our eyes wide open as we might find some evidence of venting. So we see some comments on the YouTube channel. The previous animal that we just saw like probably 10 minutes ago, the sea pig, that we think is an Amperima genus. And yes, just to clarify, some folks are also doing it. Thanks for also that clarification. Sea pigs are a type of sea cucumber, but not all sea cucumbers are sea pigs. And I was telling you, usually the ones that are known as sea pigs are the ones that are kind of transparent, and that usually of the genus Amperima, Scotoplanis or Peniagoni. There are some other differences for sure. But yes, just to clarify that not all sea cucumbers are sea pigs. Very important. If you actually going to the web, there are some amazing videos of large aggregations of sea pigs roaming around the sediment because they are deposit feeders. And this is part of why we are studying here, getting the samples to conduct studies and to identify them through morphological and genetic analysis. But also our colleague on board, Holly Lutz, is taking samples to take a further closer look at the microbiome composition associated with the gut of these animals. That's the one, the other ones?
Did you get some of these yet? Because previously we were on the slope. I mean, I'm not going to speak for her.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, because Maria told me that they want. Yeah, let's just wait. Yeah, let's just wait for a moment because I think all I wanted is. Yeah. Yeah, so can we... Oda just confirmed that she wants a sample of that, so let's try to see if we can put it in Quiver 4. So we're gonna go ahead and take a sample of this octocorals that we see here attached to this rock structure. The ones that you see that are whitish. And again, the main idea with these collections is to identify, and probably many of the samples that we have been getting are going to be new species for science or extension of distribution. Vamos.
Ya te iba a mandar una
Sí, sí, sí,
foto,
ya.
ya lo había preparado.
Entonces, ¿qué dice? Agarrarlos como de la base, igual. Es que son
They're
estorníferos.
very, very small.
Ujú.
I'm not sure, they look like estorníferos porque tienen como una conexión.
Esa conexión. Ujú.
Pero por ahí anda otro que no tiene la conexión que también.
Ok, pero se
eso
parece
lo
a ese.
vemos.
Ok,
Por ahora eso sí.
ok.
Parece ese.
Alright.
How much of it do you want?
Y tenemos una pregunta en el chat de Facebook mientras vamos a tomar esta muestra de un tipo, de lo que pensamos es un tipo de octocoral, tal vez un estolonífero, y esto es debido a este tejido conectivo que vemos, que pues evitando redundancias los conecta a cada uno de los pólipos. Entonces vamos a recolectar unas muestras para nuestra especialista de la Universidad de Costa Rica, Odalisca Brady. Y mientras vemos este muestreo, quería responder una pregunta que vemos por acá de cómo diferenciar los nódulos de manganeso, asumo, a lo largo de los años de mis colegas geólogos y geólogas. Los nódulos de manganeso, que también se le llaman nódulos polimetálicos, usualmente están en las planicies abisales y tienen un tamaño usualmente como el tamaño de una papa. Entonces, pues usualmente no exceden, por decirlo así, los 10 centímetros de diámetro, y usualmente son formaciones que se dan durante millones de años. Hay algunos artículos por ahí que mencionan que para que un nódulo polimetálico se forme se toma de aproximadamente de 2 a 4 millones de años. Y bueno, pues esto también va a depender, y esto es muy importante, del sitio donde estemos viendo los nódulos, porque no son iguales los nódulos polimetálicos o los nódulos de manganeso del Pacífico que, por ejemplo, los nódulos polimetálicos del Atlántico. Entonces es algo muy muy importante y una muy buena pregunta. Muchísimas gracias por dejarla en el chat, porque nos permite pues clarificar estas dudas. Y entonces, volviendo a la pregunta inicial, ¿cómo diferenciarlo? Se puede hacer de manera muy sencilla, porque como les decía anteriormente, los nódulos usualmente son como, por decirlo así, elementos o rocas sueltas, y en cambio las otras rocas, que pueden ser restos de lava o basaltos, usualmente tienen por decirlo así, una forma distinta. Usualmente son más grandes y tienen estas líneas, a veces en algunos casos, que representan las líneas de flujo hacia la dirección que fluyó el magma en algún momento, o la lava, perdón. Y bueno, nada más para finalizar en este aspecto, los nódulos polimetálicos se ha visto que en muchas partes del mundo son formaciones. Comentaba que se ha comprobado que los nódulos polimetálicos usualmente son, por decirlo así, formaciones que se hacen a lo largo de los años alrededor de ciertos materiales, por decirlo así, ciertos elementos, usualmente materia orgánica que cae. Por ejemplo, dientes de tiburón se han encontrado en muchos casos, y entonces alrededor de esa materia, ¿verdad?, que queda en el fondo marino, pues se va dando este proceso de remineralización y de encrustamiento de los minerales. Entonces, pues parte de lo que hay mucho interés hoy en día, y una de las amenazas más latentes para estos ecosistemas es justamente pues ciertas actividades que se están proponiendo que todavía están pues bastante lejos de suceder y que podrían pues obtener estos nódulos. Pero bueno, como les comento, todavía es algo que está en discusión y, y que pues estamos justamente con este tipo de expediciones tratando de informar de la mejor manera posible y con la mejor evidencia científica las razones por las cuales no se debería hacer este tipo de actividad, y si se hace pues en muchísimos años, cómo hacerlo de la manera más sostenible. Entonces, muchísimas gracias por la pregunta. Y bueno, solo para clarificar, por si queda la duda, en Costa Rica realmente no hay ninguna amenaza actual, por decirlo así, o algún interés de llevar a cabo este tipo de actividades, sino que más bien actualmente el interés es alrededor de lo que se le conoce como el área, que es básicamente el suelo, el lecho marino, que se encuentra en las aguas internacionales, o sea, que están en aguas fuera de la jurisdicción de los países. Entonces, para que si nos están escuchando desde Costa Rica, no se preocupen porque afortunadamente todavía no tenemos esta amenaza tan latente para nuestro país, pero sin embargo, si llega a pasar en aguas internacionales, pues de alguna u otra forma hay ciertas hipótesis de que sí nos podría afectar eventualmente. We think it might be a type of stoloniferan because of its connective tissue that you see. It connects each one of the polyps and attaches to the rock.
One more?
So we're gonna go ahead and take one more, and this is very important to have enough specimens and material to work with. Yep. So as another cool fact, while we finish to take our samples here, and thanks for the reminder to my colleague Holly Lutz, who is helping us with the video annotations. A very important objective of this expedition is to gather enough observations, enough footage and photographs of all the specimens and annotate them in a systematic way, so we can then after can be more easily accessible for further analysis, but also to train machine learning or artificial intelligence, algorithms that might be able to help us in the future to identify and process all this data, because sometimes it is a really exhausting labor or time consuming job to go over all these videos. You can imagine, in average, these dives, at least this expedition, are usually between 12 hours to 24 hours long. In particular, the ones that we're doing right now are 16 hours, but you can imagine that processing 16 hours of footage is definitely a hard task. So again, we are aiming to get in the future more tools to help us to be more efficient in processing all this data. So there is actually, there are several tools being developed right now, but there is one in particular that one colleague of us is developing at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Institute in Bari, that is called FathomNet. So if you're more interested in that, you can go ahead and Google it and get to know more about all this advances in technology that are currently being developed. So let us know where you are watching us from. This live stream live from the depths of Costa Rican waters at almost 3,000 meters offshore the Pacific coast. And yes, indeed, we have some comments now that we were mentioning all the tools that are being developed currently that rely on machine learning and artificial intelligence. They're very, very cool projects. So, yeah, special thanks to all the persons, including Dr. Kakani Patiha, that are not only developing but also partnering with many institutions worldwide to make this a very accessible and inclusive tool. So we have some reports from Texas. I would like to know also if there's any folks from Costa Rica. And well, even in our last dives, we got some people watching us from Australia, from Finland, Brazil. So let us know in the comments if you have any questions or just want to say hi. We're more than happy to read you and answer your questions. We have another report from Indiana and Wyoming. So a lot of folks from the US. I hope you're really enjoying this live stream, which is we're currently 4:30 p.m. Costa Rica time. San Francisco, California, and Nevada. Really, really cool thing to know that technology give us this opportunity to connect with many people around the world. The most mind-blowing thing for me is that you guys are literally watching this live with a minimum delay, so it's a great moment for ocean sciences in general. So we just finished with our sampling of this octocoral that we believe might be a stoloniferan. And this is going to be analyzed by our colleague here on board, Dr. Odalis Cabriti, which is an expert in these organisms. And we're gonna keep going and exploring this area, which is Caballito Seamount, looking for evidence of venting out of the ocean crust or shimmering water. So while the ROV team gets prepared to take off and keep exploring, we see a lot of reports from Oregon, North Carolina, Portland, Australia again, Indonesia even, and Europe. So I think pretty much that we can say that this is being watched in all the continents, which is pretty amazing. Sí, vamos a seguir como hacia acá. Vamos hacia el slope, porque eso aquí se ve muy sedimentado. Sí, yo lo hice, me fijo. Sí, ya, se escuchó bien. Algo me comí, no sé, pues, como esas ciclos. Pero no, algo me comí. Algo me comí, creo que fueron los mac and cheese. Pero se ando pero bueno, aquí vamos. No, no, está bien. Tal vez.
¿Terminaste?
Ahora sí, a las 5. Por ahí abajo. Gracias. So we see a slime star here. This might be probably a hymenaster. But let's see, we can take a closer look at it. Really nice color. So we're gonna keep exploring this area, trying to go more towards the slope of the seamount as we see all these organisms living here attached to the substrate. We see some sea cucumbers. We just saw a sea star, a sponge, the one that you see here, the big white thing, with looks like a crinoid as a host, and then right next to it was another sponge that looked like a glass sponge with an ophiuroid. These are very common relationships and associations in the deep.
Oh, yeah, could be. Looks like maybe pyrosome.
A pyrosome? Hmm. That's cool. So this is what we're seeing right now. It's looks like a pyrosome. So these are usually yeah, most of the time are pelagic organisms that live in the water column, but eventually once they're dead, they sink into the ocean floor. And I know that from previous expedition in Costa Rican waters, more towards the south, there was a really nice observation of an area with many of these dead pyrosomes. So yeah, yeah, look like yeah. So, for example, seeing this pyrosome laying dead in the sediment floor at 3,000 meters, it's something that reminds us of the connection that exists between the water column and the seafloor. And for example, this is part of what
Yeah,
we
he's
know.
booking it.
Oh. Whoa. Can we put the lasers on?
Yeah. Let's see what this is. Mm-hmm. Almost. Like what, 8 centimeters? Something?
Yeah. You're like 8. I don't know. Maybe zoom. So we're gonna go ahead and give a zoom of this.
Worm or a gastropod?
So it looks like this is a type of snail or gastropod, as our colleague Alex is saying. Pretty. This is the first one we saw, right?
I've seen water rocks or whatever.
Yeah, the orb.
This is different.
Yeah, this is way different. So yeah, we believe this might be a type of gastropod, a type of mollusk that are related to snails or sea snails. So yeah, really interesting observation because it is on the move. So we're able to see its behavior and its movements. Wow. Oh. I mean, my pet will be a gastropod, as Alex was saying. Like a flatworm?
I think so.
Okay, not a mollusk then. Okay.
Yeah, see how it moves? It's like silk
Uh-huh.
or satin.
Okay.
What did you say, Janet?
Flatworm.
Flatworm.
I think.
Okay. So we have like the rhinophores. Yeah.
Do you think the white is the right one?
No, these two.
Oh,
I think
you're
this.
right. I can
Yeah.
see that.
Wow, that's awesome. It's so cute.
So yeah, I think those are.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Going back to the gastropod.
So
A lot more
going back.
diverse than anybody much.
Yeah. So if you take a detailed look at this animal, you can see a little like antenna that might be rhinophores, and we have some yeah, preliminary evaluations on what this might be. So initially, we thought it was a gastropod. Now we have one of our colleagues, experts in Costa Rica, saying that it might be a polycladida. But yeah, so for us, it is more accurate confirmation on what this might be. It is not our intention to have a final word here while we do these live streams because we need to keep going. But let's enjoy this moment as we see this majestic creature lurking deep down in the sediment.
They have a mouth that also serves as an anus, and those white things you see what are the digestive tract. So stuff moves in and it moves out the same way. It's not the best plan of
Okay.
Well, what's a white spot? I don't know. They're killers. They sneaking up on something out there.
So got a little behind the rock, but yeah, after seeing some more in detail of these images, might look like it might be a type of flatworm. But again, we need to confirm this later on and taking a closer look. And also, thanks to all the experts here on board, there is another appreciation that it might be a flatworm.
No, I'm curious now because I went to see the scout it's really cool. I've never seen one like that.
20 years ago, nobody thought there were flatworms in the deep sea. Because how could you sample something like that?
Right, that's the problem. That's cool.
They're really cool, yeah. So thanks to Mr. Flatworm for that showcasing of those awesome movements, and we're gonna keep going. Oh, so we see an acorn worm in there, and can I have a closer look at that cube on the?
Oh, right. There's still like 3 cukes we're looking for.
Yeah, no, but we are just one left. The Scoto, yeah, the Scotoplanis. And I think we. Yeah, no. No. So what we're seeing is a sea cucumber. We thought it was Scotoplanis, but doesn't look like it. So it's gonna keep going. Okay, thank you. And what you see on your right is what we call an acorn worm, and that is known as Yoda purpurata. So pretty nice looking creature.
Look at all that.
Yes.
I feel like we're going
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Totally.
They're so delicate.
Yeah.
Acorn horns.
Yeah.
They're really hard.
You're almost like velvet.
We've always had to like use push book or something with it all. Don't stick any out and then dump it out. So hard.
Well, this is a case. This is a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur skull.
So we're moving along, trying to get closer to the slope and see if we can find any evidence of venting. Chitin, yeah. Yeah, you know, actually, guys, can we have a closer look here? We just have one colleague that is very interested in this chitons. Of the one on top, the chiton, yeah. Like the orb here? Yeah, it looks like the velutinin, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just a quick view with the lasers and a close up, and that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it. So we're gonna have a closer look at this chiton that we see here, because we know there are some colleagues on land very interested in this particular creatures. So this is why we call also a polyplacopora. It's roughly about 8 centimeters, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, can we get closer? Like with the zoom? All right, perfect. Okay. Holly, can you annotate that?
Yes. I'm waiting for it to get centered.
Okay.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
Just chitin.
It's like those gumboot paintings.
Yeah.
You see, they're like this big.
Okay.
Gumbo kites are great.
Yeah. No, no, no. Pero nada más es que Pío nos había puesto que si veíamos unos que hiciéramos un zoom. Sí, sí, creo que solo con la imagen. Bueno, estamos a 10 minutos de las 5 de la tarde en hora de Costa Rica, mientras seguimos avanzando explorando este monte submarino llamado Caballito. Hemos tenido grandes y muy curiosas observaciones el día de hoy. Acabamos de ver un gusano de tipo planaria. También vimos anteriormente pulpos con huevos que parecían ser viables, y también al mismo tiempo hace como una hora más o menos logramos ver algunos ejemplares de pepinos de mar que no habíamos podido recolectar anteriormente. Así que pues manténganse con nosotros mientras seguimos explorando este monte submarino. Yes.
Some of those like dirty looking ones. See, like they're brown.
Okay, so we see this galathate squat lobster swimming around. Very nice technique. And we see also a big sea cucumber that is just hiding behind a rock. We see that there is a lot of sediment on top of this rocks that look like pillows, and we're just gonna keep exploring around to see if we find any evidence of venting. Oh, there we go. Wow, okay. Okay, someone is using the toilet. So we are currently seeing beautiful swimming patterns of this sea cucumber. So just gonna leave it here for you to enjoy. Beautiful. I don't know what you think, but I just find these creatures are one of the most beautiful animals in the planet. But that's just me. And also a really good moment to remind you that these sea cucumbers that we find in large numbers in the deep usually are consuming a lot of the, yeah, thank you, a lot of the organic matter that sinks from the upper water column. So these animals in particular are helping us to, well, not helping, but just like fixing a lot of carbon. So there are some papers and some studies that propose that the the density or the diversity of these sea cucumbers can be used as a proxy to know which sites in the world in the deep ocean are special carbon reservoirs. So they're not only really cool looking and very good swimmers, but also help us keep the all the carbon fixed down in the deep. So just a question: are we facing like down here or like down there?
Yeah, we're facing, so the triangle on that is the map of us.
Okay, so okay. So yeah. Yeah. So we're looking for evidence of venting or any signs of octopus, which are part of our main objectives of this expedition. So bear with us as we keep exploring, and particularly let's keep our eyes wide open because we might see some surprising things here. So we had a comment in one of our channels if this is the last dive. So hopefully not. If everything goes according to the plan, we might have another couple of dives before we end our expedition. So guys, what was that? They put you that waypoint for you to get there. On the bridge. Ah, you put that. Okay. So the next dive, for those of you who wonder, is tomorrow. So we try to dive each day and make the most out of it. But yeah, that will depend, of course, on many things. But if everything goes according to the plan, we might be diving back again tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think currently we're planning for a similar dive tomorrow that we had today. So in the water, roughly 5 in the morning ship time. Possibly on bottom and streaming around 7 to 7:30. And we've got about another hour and a half probably here on this one, I think.
So big, big rock here.
She escaped from that. She was there and escaped. No.
So as you see, it's a remarkable. Oh, take a look at that. That's beautiful. All this ophiurite. We have remarkable diversity at these waters. We've seen many creatures, and it is amazing also just to know that remain hidden. And
No, I'm sorry, I'm not in charge. That's
what?
No.
What?
I just thought it might be interesting to probe the hole, but I'm not in charge. Don't listen to me.
Okay. I mean, but we're up for venting, like with the temperature.
Yeah,
Okay.
just temperature checks.
But did you see like any shimmer?
No.
No.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Just for
Sorry.
fun.
Just for fun.
I just feel like it would be the most interesting to know temperature around here.
Okay.
And I feel like probing would be great, but I don't think that's the right choice.
Yeah. Let's see if
And
we
if
can.
Beth is listening, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Like, yeah.
So we are gonna keep navigating around this seamount, particularly looking for evidence of venting or shimmering water. So please, if you see any sign of this shimmering water, or if you see any octopus, please let us know. It is always good to have more eyes on our screen. And as I was saying, we're gonna keep navigating and exploring the slope of this seamount that is called Caballito. And I'm gonna hand it over for the next dive lead, my colleague from Universidad de Costa Rica, Dr. Odalisca Brady. She's an octocoral specialist, so if you have any crazy questions about octocorals, that's the person to ask. She's going to be joining you for the next hour, so for me it was a pleasure. My name is Sergio Cambronero, and I hope you keep enjoying this live stream. Y como les comentaba, vamos a seguir explorando este monte submarino de Caballito, particularmente en esta área que es como la pendiente, a ver si vemos alguna señal de flujo de agua saliendo de la corteza oceánica. Y mientras vemos estas asombrosas imágenes, aprovecho para agradecerles a todos los que nos están viendo en vivo y comentarles de que le voy a pasar el control del buceo a mi colega de la Universidad de Costa Rica, la doctora Odalisca Brady, que los va a estar acompañando por la siguiente hora. Para mí de verdad que fue un placer. Oh, Octopus. Yeah, okay. Y sí, bueno, pues la doctora Odalisca Brady los va a estar acompañando por la siguiente hora. Y bueno, para mí fue un placer. Parece que esta roca es bastante interesante, este sitio, así que probablemente nos quedemos aquí un rato. Quédense con los ojos bien abiertos porque estamos a punto de ver un pulpo. Así que bueno, le entrego el control a la doctora Odalisca Brady. Thank you very much for tuning in and keep enjoying this beautiful octopus and these amazing places offshore the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Pura vida.
While the scientists are doing their handover, good time here for anyone who might just be joining us. You are watching live footage from the remotely operated vehicle SuBastian. Today we are visiting a seamount called Caballito off the coast of Costa Rica. And we've been looking for octopus, and we've been looking for brooding octopus, a mother octopus with eggs like this one, but we've kind of been looking for something slightly different. We've been looking for signs of venting, hydrothermal venting, warmer waters coming up from underneath the ground, and the octopus sort of brooding in that. Now that's something we've seen at 2 sites near here with a different species, but this octopus here is brooding, so of note still, but we haven't been able to find any venting yet, and it is something we're looking for. The telltale sign for that is this shimmering water, so we're keeping an eye peeled for that.
Finish, Alex? Alex? You finish? Hello, all of you. Thank you for being with us today in this new dive in the Caballito Seamount. This is our dive number 540 and the ROV dive 12. And here we are looking at a very nice octopus. And as Alex told you, this is the places where we test the temperature is because we see shimmering water. If we don't see that, we don't take temperature or other measurements. Just that is the indicator of that something is happening there. Hola a todos, gracias por estar de nuevo con nosotros. Aquí estamos en el buceo 12 del ROV SuBastian y en el buceo número 540 del día de hoy. Ahí estamos viendo un pulpo muy lindo, y unas personas estaban preguntando que por qué no tomamos la temperatura en varias partes. Digamos, un indicador para tomar la temperatura es cuando vemos que el agua está distorsionada. Es decir, cuando vemos el agua como que se ve brumosa, como se ve un agua con una densidad diferente. Pero si no, nosotros no tomamos ningún tipo de medida de temperatura o de calor, porque no hay ningún indicador. O sea, no necesariamente los pulpos están donde se nota que hay un agua distorsionada, sino que ellos pueden estar en otros lugares.
No, we have one specimen of the species more completely.
Como ustedes vieron, esta es una hembra, ahí le vimos los huevos y ya tenemos, o sea, ya hemos recolectado una anteriormente y ahora, digamos, lo que necesitamos sería la hembra, digo el macho, porque esta es una especie diferente a la que vimos en el dorado y a la que hemos visto que es muy abundante. Esta especie no es tan abundante, pero parece ser una especie en un género, pero el género se conoce, pero la especie no. Y aquí la especialista Janet Boyd, ella, digamos, necesita tener los dos para poder describir la especie, porque en estos organismos el macho y la hembra son diferentes. Hay lo que se llama dimorfismo sexual, que no existe en algunos otros animales, pero por ejemplo en los pulpos sí se da. I was talking with Janet Boyd, the expert in octopus. She knows that this octopus that we already saw is probably a new species. We already collected one specimen that was the female, but now we need the male in order to have the two sexes to characterize the species. That is called morphological dimorphism, that is not present in all animals, but in octopus it is very important. The male is very different from the female. Here I'm sharing this shift with Holly Lutz and with Wendy Matamoros from UCR, and also with these experienced pilots, Jay Rod, and Alex and Tyler. And okay, aquí estamos compartiendo esta parte de esta hora de buceo con Holly Lutz, con Wendy Matamoros y con los experimentados pilotos Jay Rod, Tyler y Alex en la parte de multimedia. Es el que les habló al principio. Sí, Alex básicamente lo que hizo fue darles la bienvenida y más o menos explicarle el buceo que estábamos haciendo. Están en esta posición, son las hembras que están cuidando los huevos. Por eso están como al revés, como de cabeza. Do you see that question? In other videos we see.
I think we passed it. We're sitting where it's flat.
No, the question.
Oh, the question.
For the other videos, it's because they saw females, maybe.
This question here?
Yes, that question.
This one.
No,
About Oh, yeah, the octopus are upside down in the other videos because their eggs are attached to where the fluid's coming up, and they need to touch them. Also, granulini and moose octopus are in different families, and it seems like bent octopus likes to keep their eggs within their arm, so their beak is next to the eggs. In moose octopus, they like to keep their eyes on the horizon, so they sit like with their arms up over their head, preferentially. Like if they were under a teacup, it'd be perfect. But the spot with the warm water flow isn't perfect. But the kids do fine, so they make do. Is that clear?
It's interesting.
You'll have to translate.
I'm going to translate. I will try. Janet estaba diciendo que esos dos pulpos que hemos visto hasta ahora pertenecen a dos familias diferentes. Y hay unos de ellos que, digamos, esa posición que se ve como de cabeza, como les dije antes, es la hembra que necesita esa posición para ventilar los huevos. Los otros, las hembras tienen los huevos más o menos en los brazos y entonces se ponen en una posición diferente. Entonces, depende de la especie que se trate, ustedes pueden ver esas variaciones, pero siempre son las hembras, porque los pulpos machos siempre andan ahí como libres.
Got a question also about advancements of AI and 3D scanning, and whether that could help improve the mapping of the seafloor, but also, I expect how they say, what would you like to see happen with the tech? And I do know that there are advancements in this happening, especially, it was mentioned earlier, we're doing a 16-hour dive, which means at the end of this we have 16 hours of footage. And as many eyes as we have in here looking at this, we're undoubtedly missing things. It just happens. And so there are, neural network AIs, structures. So that would be very helpful for being able to run hours and hours and hours of footage through. The other question here is 3D scanning. And SuBastian has actually had a 3D scanner of sort on board. There was a very cool cruise, back on Falkor Classic, where there was a flat plane of laser light, and they would use that and kind of scan through gelatinous animals in the midwater. So if you imagine this flat plane of light scanning through a transparent or translucent jellyfish, for example, the computer would watch where the light was actually contacting that animal, and then a computer model could reconstruct the entire 3D image as that light passed through the animal.
The exact same thing as like an MRI or a CAT scan?
Yeah. J-Rod says very similar to like an MRI or a CAT scan. Yeah. So there are techs being worked on this, and it will be very helpful in multiple aspects. Especially like the laser is good for scanning animals that are difficult to collect intact because they're soft and gelatinous. And as far as mapping goes, SuBastian is frequently tasked with capturing photographs for building photogrammetric maps of regions, which is kind of like a 3D scan of the bottom. I've seen that a couple times now as well.
Did the first cruise. Oh, the first one. Yeah, scan through the things.
What was that? Oh, yeah. Going and looking at all of the cross-Atlantic passages.
Basically, she filled in big gaps. She was an undersung woman in science, especially in ocean science.
Yeah.
And the map she created is
Vamos a hacer un acercamiento para ver este octocoral.
the solar mapping that's going on today. It's not perfect, but she had a sense.
Yeah.
You're probably already doing this, but if you want to collect things, just go ahead, because we only have maybe another hour.
Yeah, when we think about the mapping of the ocean, it was kind of building up a 3D model over time, right? And now we're just getting more efficient with it.
Okay. And like steeper. But yeah, I can't tell on this. See on that one, how you're kind of on the shoulder. We want to be more downslope. That's where generally there's more rock exposed.
Okay.
Come deeper.
Yeah. I
Can
don't
you
know what
put the
depth we're at.
lasers in that one?
You're trying to
A little
lift
bit.
it up?
we don't have to keep going down. If you see things you want to
Ah, okay, okay. I
just
would
go
like
ahead.
to collect this one.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You're gonna wanna collect it?
Yes, but first the close-ups and the lasers, please. Very nice.
That's not Swiftian, no? No.
This is not. It's not. It's a type of ISIT.
Okay.
It's an ISIT. A different one from the other one that is over there. We collected already one, and this is different to the other one. Remember that we collected at this another one that was just one branch,
Mm-hmm.
and now we can collect this. Wow, so beautiful. Vean, ese es un acercamiento que ellos están haciendo de los pólipos de este coral. Y se llaman octocorales porque tienen 8 tentáculos. Vean los pólipos que tienen esos bracitos. Son 8 tentáculos que tienen son como unas plumitas. O sea, son tentáculos pinados. You can see this image of a beautiful octocoral. They are called octocorals because the polyps have a microbiome of the y para los estudios morfológicos, y ahora que estamos haciendo estudios de microbioma con la colaboración de algunos investigadores como Catalina Murillo, como Holly Lutz, que está aquí también con nosotros. Ellas están interesadas en hacer este tipo de estudios. Estos organismos crecen muy lentamente y por eso es que nosotros solo tratamos de ser lo menos invasivos posibles. Al recolectar una muestra lo hacemos muy conscientemente y like a branch, maybe 30 centimeters. To get the branching. Yeah.
About this much off the top, a little haircut about that much?
Yes, that much. You're going to this branch or this one? Okay, it's going to collect this one, this branch, like
Right about
here, could be here. Okay, good. En este tipo de buceo nosotros dependemos mucho de la habilidad de los pilotos y digamos los dos que se encargan de manejar el manipulador del robot y con el manipulador acercarse a cortar la rama o a recolectar lo que haya que recolectar. ROV is the ability that the pilots have to do this movements with the manipulator. It is important that they have to do a teamwork, both of them, the pilot and the co-pilot. One has to stabilize the ROV while the other one is using the manipulator to do whatever they have to do to deploy some equipment, to pick up something, or in this case, cutting a piece of the coral.
All right, we had a little hiccup there in our network. Checking the external cameras, the weather doesn't look like it's too bad out there. So hopefully it was just a little thing. Do you see a question of, do you assume that where the octopus are brooding, that's where the shimmering water is? No, not necessarily, because we did just see an octopus brooding, and there was no shimmering water there. But for the moose octopus, it has kind of been something we're curious in, right? Is perhaps looking for those octopus is a way to then look for the venting, especially if you're finding large collections of them in that sort of garden brooding ground. Interesting question. So we had a question earlier about how the pilots actually control these manipulators. So I'm going to try and give you a shot to show that. So here we are in mission control. That's what you were just looking at. And here is the controller. So as you can see, Tyler's got like a little miniature version of the manipulator. And so it's up to him to sort of watch the screen and try to imagine how the manipulator is arranged, because this is not a force feedback system. The arm doesn't immediately put itself in the position of the manipulator. The controller doesn't, excuse me. So he has to understand the positioning of the controller with regards to the positioning of the actual manipulator. And things like rotations can be done with this. The actual gripping of the manipulator is done with some buttons, but you can see his left hand is holding the very tip of it, and with that he can rotate like the end of the manipulator. And then each of the joints there can control the joints of the manipulator itself. It's a very fine movement, so you can see he's just barely actually touching it.
Yes, yes, of course. And also the distribution of the yeah, it's different.
Oh, okay.
But it could be in this group maybe, but the polyps are different because as you see there, the pattern is different than the
And so now he's got to use it to kind of gently nudge the coral into the quiver.
a good idea.
Very tiny movements.
The color, is that diagnostic or it's very?
Yes, for some of them, sometimes we find colors in some species, but normally I use the color.
The color is not that. This is another one.
So there we go. I hope folks kind of appreciate the very strange control mechanism, right? It's something you might not anticipate, but at the same time, as soon as you see it, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Just make a tiny version of the manipulator, and then you can control it. But it's its own beast for sure. And our pilots are quite skilled at what they do.
Cool, good.
Ah, yes, the Thrustmaster 3000. We do have a variety of controllers here, and that one I believe is like emergency backup controller. Yeah, J-Rod says that should something happen where the main controls go down, that like PC joystick is actually ready to take up the role of backup controller. A question of whether they practice with the manipulator before going into the water. I would think a lot of their practice is actually like this, basically. It's practice by doing. There are simulators. J-Rod, how much of your time as an ROV pilot would you say is actually doing the thing? Or have you used simulators, I assume, yeah?
I've used simulators numerous times, but nothing compares to actual training in the water. Working with the cameras going through the water and everything is significantly different than operating Sebastian in air in the arms or with the simulator portrays.
Yeah. So yeah, J-Rod has used simulators, but he says nothing really compares to just doing it with the real thing. So I think this is most of Tyler's first time interacting with this on this cruise, and he's been doing great.
Significantly better if I'm out by Sebastian and testing the arm and I can see what Sebastian's doing. Way worse than looking through the camera.
Really?
Because it's how I know it.
Okay, yeah. So J-Rod just shared something interesting here. If he is out there in the hangar and can see Sebastian and can actually see the manipulator while he's working with it, he does worse with it than in here in mission control, looking at it through the cameras, because the cameras is what he's used to, and that's ultimately what our pilots work with.
Tyler is improving every day.
Tyler is getting very skillful every day. It's improving.
No, Tyler's a quick study with it.
Alex está contándoles sobre la experiencia de los pilotos. Yerod dijo que por ejemplo cuando ellos tienen que entrenar mucho con esto y usan unos simuladores, lo que pasa es que no hay nada, digamos, por más que usen el simulador, cuando ya ellos llegan al agua, ya la cosa es diferente. No es lo mismo hacerlo en un simulador que hacerlo ya en el ambiente submarino. Y también estaba contando que no es lo mismo estar afuera del agua practicando con el manipulador que ya entrar en el agua y ver a través de las cámaras, porque ellos esto lo hacen, digamos, en este momento todas las recolectas son a través de las cámaras. Entonces eso es diferente a cuando ellos lo hacen, digamos, afuera, practicando afuera con algunas, ¿verdad? Moviendo algunas cosas para acostumbrarse al sentimiento de mover eso, ¿verdad? A tener esa facilidad.
So I guess, I mean, so you're like the new guy here. So how much practice did you have with something like this beforehand with the manipulator? Or is this really like, this is it? This is it. That's what Tyler says. That's it. So no real practice before going in the water. Just learn while you do. And he's been doing great at it, as evidenced by a nice little coral sample there.
Entonces seguimos transitando en el borde de este monte submarino, Caballito. Estuvimos ayer aquí, hoy estamos explorando otra parte del monte submarino y lo que hicimos fue como dar una vuelta y lo que se hace es tener ciertos puntos específicos donde se planea llegar. Digamos, hoy tenemos 16 puntos que se llaman waypoints, que se supone que vamos a recorrer. Por ahora nos falta como 1 hora y media de submarino, digamos, de trabajo con el robot. A veces duramos un poquito más, un poquito menos, dependiendo de lo que vayamos a hacer. En este momento íbamos como por el borde del monte y ahora vamos a ir de nuevo como hacia la superficie. Lo que estamos haciendo es recorriendo la parte rocosa para ver si encontramos ahí agua distorsionada, que en inglés es shimmery water. Entonces, donde se encuentran esas aguas es un indicador de que hay un cambio de temperatura y probablemente va a haber una comunidad de organismos bastante diferente a la que vemos alrededor. So we are moving around the border of the seamount. To the rocky ledge of the seamount, trying to see some to assess the fauna that we have here, and also looking for shimmery water that it could be an indicator of a different fauna. And also because the shimmery water tells you is that there is a difference in the temperature of the water, and with that difference, a different community of animals, of marine animals, live there. So this is one of the objectives of this expedition, to find these places and describe what we find in this type of environments, submarine environments. Ahí vemos unos octocorales y también hemos visto muchas esponjas. Estamos a 2.967 metros de profundidad con una temperatura de 1.83 grados centígrados. Bastante profundo, uno no se imagina que hay tanta vida a esa profundidad. Something like that. No, we collected the whole thing. We collected, remember that yeah, it was one of those. Ahí vemos unas esponjas azules y unos briozoarios, que es eso que ven como café al fondo. Y vemos ese sustrato de rocas que son lavas globulares. Todo esto es de origen volcánico y ahí tenemos un pepino de mar. There is a sea cucumber. The rocks are from volcanic origin. They are lava flows. No, no parece. También vemos muchos sedimentos sobre las rocas. Y algunas estrellas quebradizas, también vemos unos octocorales pequeñitos, lo que indica que este es un lugar donde están creciendo, probablemente, pueden ser organismos juveniles. Can we check that one, that coral? Yeah, please, thank you. Oh, it's full ese coral está lleno de zoántidos. It is full of zoantids. The zoantids are living on the coral skeleton that probably was an isid, a bamboo coral that is dead, and the zoantids are living on the bare skeleton. Los zoántidos pueden vivir, ellos colonizan estos esqueletos de coral. Cuando los corales mueren, ellos llegan a ocupar ese lugar. Nice. Como pueden ver, ustedes no ven ahí pólipos con 8 tentáculos, porque no son los pólipos del coral, porque el coral aparentemente ya no está. Entonces lo que vemos son esos otros organismos que colonizan. Muchas veces hay anémonas que también colonizan los esqueletos de corales negros o de octocorales que se han muerto. Ahí tenemos una vista muy bonita de las rocas, cómo se ven en esta zona. We have a very nice panorama of the rocks that we can see in this part. Ahí tenemos una esponja hexactinélida, que son esponjas se llaman esponjas de cristal. Y hay una vista de unos crinoideos muy grandes, por cierto, que también están como en el eje de un coral que probablemente ya se murió. Here we can see these big crinoids. And there is an anemone in the inferior part, and there is also a brittle star. So the animals colonize everything on the floor of this deep ocean. Every animal that is dead, other animals use the remains as substratum to live there. Aquí en el fondo del mar cualquier estructura tridimensional como este eje de un coral que muere, pues se convierte en un nuevo sustrato para otros organismos para ir a colonizar. Ahí vemos yes. Ahí estamos viendo una medusa que vive pegada al fondo. There is a jellyfish that lives on the substrate. Not like normal jellyfish that we see them on the column of the water.
There's a thing just in the crevice to the left there, these little white dots. I'm just curious.
The little hairy thing?
Yeah.
You check it, you can check it.
Okay. Yeah, this thing. Yeah.
No, the one that is inside there looks like a, ¿cómo se llama? Hay bryozoarias. Hay briozoarios ahí dentro de la roca que están ahí. Ahí vemos otra esponja bastante grande. Pareciera otra especie. Algunas veces dentro de esa esponja hay unos camarones que ellos entran cuando la esponja es pequeña y luego la esponja como que los atrapa y ya se quedan viviendo ahí adentro. Vean que en la parte de arriba hay como unas estructuras que cubren el ósculo de la esponja y ya esos camarones viven ahí adentro. Eso ya los hemos visto antes, es común en este tipo de esponjas. Ahí vemos más esponjas y estrellas quebradizas. Looking more sponges and brittle star.
So am I getting close to that furthest? Is it deeper than me?
Looks like you're just off to one side of it, so
Ahí vemos un poliqueto, que es un gusano marino con esas setas que tiene arriba. This is a polychaete with that city on the top of the, yeah.
Almost like it flipped itself off the ground. You touch it and it just.
Sí, ahí en la pared, sobre las piedras, vemos esponjas.
Was that good enough?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, deal with that. Just do it right now. I see another giant.
It's something that is beautiful is the structure of the bottom, the rocks, and very, very interesting composition. Hay una composición muy bonita de rocas aquí que es muy interesante para los geólogos estudiar estos lugares.
yeah, you're just off to one side. See that's the line of your.
And the depth is good, or should I come down and touch more?
I would come down just a tiny bit more to get to the main part.
Well, we have something there. It would be another can or something. No, I think it's a rock. No.
It's a rock?
Yes, it looks like the garbage, but I think it's a rock. Yesterday we collected a piece of can.
There's a big, gigantic.
Eso que vemos ahí como unos tubos. Suponemos que son tubos de poliqueto y ahí vemos lo que parece que es un pepino de mar también, rojo. Sí. Okay, this sea cucumber, some brittle stars. This is very common in this environment. Oh, look at this. This is beautiful.
We haven't collected any urchins.
No, I think they can be destroyed if we collect them. What do you think about sea urchins? Can we collect them without destroying them? Yes. Oh, maybe we can collect one small. Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's a
Wow. Wow. It's a big anemone. Una anémona con unos tentáculos súper largos. Ahí la podemos ver. muy bonita. Y arriba podemos ver un poliplacóforo, como les decimos, quitones, que los vemos en las rocas, en las playas, en la zona intermareal, pero bueno, aquí estamos hablando de 1 a 2.970 metros de profundidad, que es bastante diferente a los que vemos en la superficie. De hecho, es más grande también. There is an acorn worm. Hay un gusano bellota que lo acabamos de ver en el grupo Enteropneusta. Son unos gusanos grandes, marinos. Estos hemos visto varios. Pareciera que son abundantes en estos fondos profundos. Tenemos un cambio de pilotos ahora. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, J-Rod. Ahora tenemos un cambio de pilotos. Aquí tenemos a Carl y a Mike, ¿no? A Carl y Mike. Y ellos van a asumir ahora los controles del ROV, del robot. We have a change of pilots and now they are going to take control of the ROV for the next hour or 2 hours. Fish. Bueno, estamos en el monte submarino Caballito. Esta es la segunda vez que exploramos este monte que no había sido explorado antes. Estamos viendo características geológicas y evaluando en términos de biodiversidad los organismos que se encuentran aquí. En general, con todos estos videos después se analizan y se trata de ver qué especies habían, la abundancia y los sitios donde ellas se encuentran. Y también lo relacionamos con las profundidades y comparamos con otros sitios, a ver cuáles sitios son más diversos. Respecto a una de las preguntas que nos hacen, realmente nosotros no hemos determinado si el coral es colonizado por zoántidos una vez que muere o si tiene, digamos, alguna parte afectada. Los zoántidos empiezan a colonizarlo y después mueren por esa razón. También hemos visto mucho el coral viviente y con unas ramas con zoántidos. Entonces, es algo que se podría estudiar. Ahí vemos otro eje de coral que ya se ve que hasta está un poco cubierto de sedimentos. Ahí están unas anémonas y un crinoideo y unos tubos de poliqueto.
Dinner time. Are you ready? Yeah. Did you eat? I did. Okay, good.
Ahora los dejo con la científica jefe de la expedición, la científica Beth Orcott, que es la que va a seguir con ustedes en la próxima hora. Y muchas gracias por haber estado con nosotros hoy y los espero mañana de nuevo a esta hora o desde que empezamos a las 7 de la mañana. Bye everybody. Now is our chief scientist, the one who is going to be with you, Beth Orcott. She's going to take from now to the end of the dive. Thank you for being here. See you tomorrow, deep water explorers.
All right, so a bit of a handover there, and I'm back now. Thank you to Jimbo for covering me for dinner, and I saw that he got to discussing sub-ROV in the chat here. Bit of a game/simulation of controlling an ROV. As mentioned, it is on Steam. So for folks that are kind of curious about simulators, piloting ROVs, there are little projects out there, such as sub-ROV. Pretty cool. So glad Jimbo was talking about that. And I'm sure the developer is thinking, how can I get a manipulator controller like they have on Falcor 2?
I collected one thing the whole time. 2 things. Could we try to stop and pick up a rock? Oops. If possible to go back, that would be great, to that broken feature right there.
Got some rock collection coming up.
Maybe.
Maybe. Beth would like a rock.
Rock attempt coming up.
There we go. We've got Chill in pilot seat, and Mike is co-pilot, currently grabbing the manipulator controller as we speak. We're going to see what we see. Yeah, I'll pull the map up. Let's see.
Before you totally sit down, this is the thing I want to try to sample, just so you're aware. I'm not sure. I know I'm looking over to the left, but
One map from yeah, it's any rock in particular in mind?
I'm gonna look around. Are the lasers on?
One thought.
Okay, thank you. How about that piece right there? Can you take a frame grab of that, Tim, please? And this is just going to go in the rock box in the center of the porch.
Okay, have it moving for it now, or
What's that?
you have it moving for it now? Or
Yeah, that's good.
you guys are done with stuff?
All right. I'll put up the map as soon as we're done with this here.
Try and set up again. You were pushing where.
Yeah. So I kind of pushing back on that fly actually.
Actually, before I put up the map, I lied. There's our sunset. Catching a sunset for you. While the pilots reposition themselves for this rock collection.
Mind if I zoom in while you're getting settled?
That's the only view I have of that.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Nope, don't mind at all.
All right. The sun just went below the horizon. So,
Grabbing this one
back
here.
to rocks.
Do whatever you want.
Let me just check. It's not,
It's
yeah, that's a different piece, but it actually is interesting because it has a bryozoan attached to it. So we can go ahead and pick that one up and also put it in the rock box. So we'll pick it up and take a glamour shot and then stow it. Oh, sorry.
Ooh.
any particular space with all three. Or,
I think they're all open. Take a highlight photo. Okay. Yeah, so it can go in any of the positions on the rock box.
And the manipulator controllers we saw earlier, we do have 2 of those, one for each manipulator, for when an operation requires us using both manipulators.
That one right there, I think. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I think it was that one.
Yeah, it was the one that you have your right laser on. But if it doesn't come out, it's okay. Could also go for that one. Looks like it might come off if that one doesn't. Now it's finally loose.
In there. Take it out of that. You're controlling the RV, by the way. Yeah.
As you can see, try to pull this out of the wall. It is scooting the sub around a little bit.
We're gonna drop the lower. Yeah.
Nope, that's not the right one.
I think I dropped it lower. Maybe I didn't.
What was the question?
No, I'm telling him, I think I dropped him lower, but maybe I didn't.
Just a little bit.
It all looks different there, yeah.
You're still on the right one.
Keep an eye on it. I'm gonna lower the RV.
So a collection like this is different from a collection on a flat surface. We actually have the pilot kind of maneuvering the sub next to the wall, trying to find a spot to get a little purchase with our ram, while co-pilot is using the manipulator at the same time. So a lot of coordination.
Now, lower. They gave you a better angle.
So this one is just wide running again. It's actually a lot bigger.
Yeah, it's yeah, exactly. It's one with laser.
It's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
So I think that it's like in front of that one. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's all connected. But
I think it is.
Okay.
It's what it is. It's
Okay.
behind there.
Yeah,
I think
all right.
You can still find gravity and get
yep.
feel for how big a
You're saying that one, my left laser's on now is the one you want?
No, he was on the right one. Just the way that the fingers looked, it looked like it was grabbing on something behind it too.
that will grab on it.
All right. Yeah. For the first one, please note that it had a bryozoan attached to it. And then take a ring grab of this while he's holding it up.
Well done, pilots.
All right. And then can you rotate? Some more leaves on it. A little bit of a veneer. Okay, thank you. We can go ahead and put it in one of the other compartments.
All right. While the pilots put that away, I'll toss up the map real quick. So you can see we are on the slope. Decided to kind of just stay on the slope there. But earlier in the dive, we were down on the plane. You can see this little line of waypoints here. We did some heat flow measurements as we worked our way across,
Okay, we
also
can
some
come off
visual
and,
transects.
keep moving.
just kind of seeing what we could see.
Thank you.
Got to the slope and found this nice rocky terrain. So we were kind of making our way across that.
Are there different lights on, or is this just how much sediment we've moved up? Thank you.
Got a couple questions, Beth, about whether rocks like this would be used for dating the seamount, or what they might be used for with relation to that.
So potentially, if the rocks that we collected are unaltered, and if they still have large enough phenocrysts in them of a certain mineral that can be used for dating, then yes, these rocks potentially can be used for that purpose. It's part of the reason why we try to go for intact pieces that don't look like they've been exposed, more on the interior, hopefully less signs of alteration.
Cool.
It's getting a lot more sedimented here. And on the map, it looks like we are getting into a little sloped area. So currently the only seamount in this area that has been dated is, well, actually I don't remember which one it is. But there's one date for a seamount in this area, and it's about 23 million years old. And I believe those samples were collected via dredging.
Mm.
The seamounts in this area were formed on the East Pacific Rise to the west of this area.
Would you rather be up there?
Yes, please. Actually, hold on a moment. Can you mark that there's anthropogenic? There's a fishing line here. Can we look at that for a moment, please? And I probably don't need to tell you to be careful. I don't want to get entangled in that. We haven't seen a lot of human origin materials on the seafloor in this area, which is good, but there is some human activity in this area, and this might be an indication of some fishing pressure around here, or that has drifted in this direction. Did you get that, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, and then we can keep going uphill. Although, actually, to our right looks better. What's that? That's a bryozoan.
Bryozoan. Okay. Good eye on it, though.
I mean, it's a creature of sorts.
Yeah, okay. It does look more interesting up above. Let's go that way. I'm not sure where my camera is pointed, so I'm just going to aim down real quick. Whee! Where's the basket? There it is. Okay. So several different types of sponges in view here, as well as a long whip of coral. Some of the corals we've seen on this dive today look like they've been predated. Many of the polyps are missing. This one looks pretty healthy though. Do you know what time we have to come off bottom? Anybody say?
I haven't heard anything personally.
Okay.
Maybe.
I'm guessing between now and 15 minutes from now, given our depth.
I thought when we come up last time, it was roughly the same time, right? 6:45.
It was 6:45, and then we did a little bit of water column sampling, so that slowed us down a little bit. So below us is an example of a coral whip that's heavily colonized. Not a lot of polyps visible. So even when the corals themselves are no longer thriving, they still provide important habitat structure down here for other organisms. Can we look at this? No, okay, it's a sponge. First I thought it was a skull of some kind.
Yeah, it's kind of stark.
This is another example of one of these extremely tall corals. Again, for reference, those green dots in the center of the screen represent 10 centimeters. I would not be surprised if this is almost 2 meters tall. Can we please go? Oh no, that's a fish. Never mind. Which thing are you referring to?
It's not what I thought it was.
Okay.
I thought something cool was there, but it's just a sponge and a fish side by side.
Some more nice pillow features up here. Hey, Jorge. What's that? Oh, no, it's okay. This is my shift.
Okay.
The cleanup crew. Is there any last animal collections that we need to do on this dive?
We still have, ooh,
Yeah, we still have space. Okay, we just have a few minutes.
just a few minutes.
Yeah. I've been looking to see if there's something that I haven't recognized, but so you can see the stalk remaining from one of these large corals. It's been broken off next to a tunicate.
There's a sponge that looks like champagne glass.
Yeah, we just passed one.
Yes, yes. That's what I remember that. We see one that we
Okay.
don't have that one.
We might be able to go back to see if
I think
this is a very large one.
no.
Yeah.
The little.
Oh, that little one. Okay.
I think that's one of those that I'm.
Okay, can we try to collect this small flute of sponge?
Fruit glass. That's what it's
Yeah,
called.
fluted.
Gotta be around here.
Yeah, the dive is coming to an end, but we're going to try and grab this sample here. I know we have quite a few folks that enjoy the ascent, but today we won't be having ascent time, unfortunately. With our connection problems being what they were today, I think we'll probably take the opportunity to try and troubleshoot that, see if we can't get a little stronger for tomorrow. And then tomorrow we'll be back in the water. But yeah.
There's no videos as we go up.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. Can you get a screenshot of this? Where are the lasers? There you go. Can you do one more now that the lasers are in it?
Kind of funny.
Okay, do you need to pick up?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick up, portion
Okay.
out. Get better set up. You want to get a
There's a couple of Fokker.
Yeah, number 5 is open. No, number 6.
6.
Yes, 5 has something in it.
Okay. Cheers.
That's how I do it. I think it'll get in there. No?
See, it's tied on the left side. Yeah. Left rather than right. Just look at what it said in the video. Right down into the bases.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think you're hitting the rock box with the elbow.
Well, fortune, I'll open it. I don't know. I think it's gonna slide everything. I'll try. If you can't tell it, I'll just have to grab it out so and that's straight ahead. Yeah, let's keep it so see what you can do there.
Can we just get a quick shot of it before you put it in the coral quiver? All right, got a highlight. Thanks. Okay.
It may be because of. Let me check about that. Yeah, it's because I'm thrusting. It might be better to just drift while you just try to put this in. Yeah. Forward a little bit. I'm going to try and come up, see if that helps you a little bit. have to go back down and get still again. I don't know if I'm helping you. There you go. Right, want that first up a bit, push it down. Well, I can try. Sometimes that has the opposite effect, you know, like,
Yeah. But I mean, I'm gonna try and let it go.
so,
Yep.
Well done.
I guess we're already off bottom. We can just keep on coming up. 6:45.
I'm gonna mark off bottom.
Yep.
Okay.
Bridge RV, that's us off bottom, headed in circles.
RV bridge, RV off bottom. Understood. Do you want me to come to a full stop?
Yeah, please.
All right. Are we still live streaming? Okay. So that's the end of our seafloor time today. We've got another 2 hours or so of ascent before our samples come back to the surface and our scientists unload the samples that we've collected. We have another dive tomorrow. We'll be returning to Tango Said Seamount to the northeast of here. It's a site where we've previously done 2 dives. We're going to be returning to some of the spots that we visited previously to explore the local discharge that we saw there, as well as try to explore the extent of the skate egg deposits that we saw on that seamount, as well as explore some places that we haven't been. Probably be on the seafloor a little after 7 a.m. Costa Rica time, UTC -6. And yeah, we'll see you then. And I think, Jorge, do you want to say something?
Bueno, buenas noches. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Otro día impresionante aquí en las profundidades frente a la costa pacífica de Costa Rica. Y ahora vamos a ascender. Va a tomar un par de horas llegar hasta la superficie y después ahí empieza ya el procesamiento de todas estas muestras hasta entradas horas de la noche y mañana empezamos otra vez, eso de las 7 de la mañana, hora de Costa Rica, que es UTC menos 6. Empezamos a transmitir de nuevo desde otro de los montes que vamos a visitar. Muchas gracias y hasta mañana.